mouse is being like very sensitive for some reason. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, it's back. It's back. Okay. Yeah, no, that was weird. I don't know why. My mouse was just being really weird. Now, I may have said that we were gonna, beat the chapter last time. That's because I didn't realize how that was stupid. However, now this time, we should be able to. I'm fairly certain. Now, I'm quite positive we should be able to, get through the chapter and finish the background music is louder. God damn it! Maybe it's just a loud ass game. Oh, let me just go to like. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Fuck. I don't remember. I got interrupted by yeah, I don't remember what was I saying. I don't want to be right about who the murderer is going to be. I don't want to be. I have a gut feeling, but I don't want to be right. Yes, we're finishing the game / demo / whatever else now, probably. I would assume so. Because I'm pretty sure there's only, according to what Bon has told me, there's chapter 1. And they're working on chapter 2. Like right now, at this very moment, as we speak. So after the trial should be, like, like, over. Game done. I'm sure I'd have to ask Bon. She might show up. She might make an appearance today as well. Potentially. Very possibly. Then you play Zelda co-op. Right. Alright. Let us get to the fucking trial in it. Now. Right, we're right on the trial. Okay. I am not parched. I had tea. Don't even trip, dog. Life is quiet. It's probably because I was leaning back. That's probably it. It's probably just because I was leaning back, honestly. There's the blackout. Okay, so Winona. Picture posture estimate. Bruh. Fuck it. Okay, so Winona was at the tree. Yeah, Ulysses and Winona were at the tree, so they didn't know about the blackout. And Eloise and Desmond didn't know because they were in the courtyard. Blood. Doorknob was flipped somehow. electrocution burn marks. The clock being frozen at the time, which was probably the same as the time of death. Extension cord, which was removed from closet D. Footsteps. Tournament for the people, everyone's alibis. Busted generator. Grace's testimony about about Wolfgang being sick, except he wasn't. Knife. Weird chemical smell. Random shrapnel. Dented rolling pin. Right. Weird note. What's going on? We're just about to start a class trial. I'm just reviewing all the evidence we have. Taser gun, bobby pin, Toshiko's medicinal fetch quest, Koji tablet, and the bruise on the neck. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Now, here's the thing.
Let's get this started, shall we?
My gut is telling me it's Diana. That's just what my gut is telling me, and I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right.
Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened.
Like, it's like I said, I don't want it to be Diana, but like, my gut is telling me Diana.
If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person, then expect no sympathy from your hosts. All spotless students will meet a tragic end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy. Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed. Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this.
Yeah, Toshiko did it. Yeah. Not totally, trust.
Whatever it takes. No matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose?
The performances are very
That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Yeah, no,
well,
Grace, goddamn.
Nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Okay, so here's the thing. We know who I know who it isn't, is the thing. It can't be anyone who was at the tournament, and I highly doubt it's Grace.
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside. Intentionally or not, it really hindered our investigation.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented. You know, for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Yeah, no, right. Oh, you know, it'd be in character. Also, she just doesn't... Also, I don't think she wanted anyone to see that they boned.
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, because she went to the game tournament.
Yeah.
Grace attended the tournament?
I totally didn't forget that part.
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Yes.
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder.
Yeah, no, Grace and Wolfgang boned.
Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
And Damon.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about Grace?
What the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation?
What did he say?
You told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
Well, no. Hold on, let's not get our words twisted. That was not said. What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs.
Yeah, they didn't leave the dining hall at the time of the murder.
I would know. I saw him.
There was a blackout?
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
Shut your comic ass up. Why is it some people can recall a blackout but not others? I'm totally not snacking over here. Don't even trip, dog. Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess.
I got it.
It was me, I killed him.
Experienced the blackout. It's because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Oh yeah, no, there's the dorm building, the courtyard, and the tree building. Each building has its own power supply.
who brought it back. It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones, too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
The Mimic!
Yeah, I was with Grace.
Yeah, the
She can
Mimic was
confirm being
there.
with me too.
The Mimic was there!
Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Bro, Grace is so cool.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known
Grace
whereabouts.
is so cool.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Lawyer Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the
A
clothes.
blue woman.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, keep in mind, Jet, you are right next to a child.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me. So when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Oh, so there's... Hold on, can I actually access... There's no real autopsy, because he was found kneeling over the platform in the basement, in the boiler room. There's no, like, there don't seem to be any, like any sort of, like cuts or anything like that, just burn marks. Electrical burn marks, specifically. There's also a lot of water in the boiler room, so I'm going with the idea that he was, like, electrocuted to death.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point?
I mean, yeah, electric. I mean, the taser, the generator, the wire, and like the literal pool of water. Yeah. You know, tic-tac-toe is grandma's game in Portuguese. Huh. Interesting.
Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... Oh, maybe had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
Nothing, Grace?
But...
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick.
Sick?
With a stomachache. It hurt so bad he couldn't get out of bed. I was gonna cancel my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So, I left his room right after the morning announcement.
He was shitting brains.
And yes,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the game tournament. The same one Wolfgang acted all hesitant about attending. Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did. Of course, since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No. You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
Yeah.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
You would.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make of the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
Huh?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it, to reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend, like, 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick...
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
There's more to the story than Grace is telling us. I mean, besides the fact that they boned, probably not. Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. We need to solve this mystery and set things straight.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was...
Wait, no.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Okay, I think I know. Winona was not at the tournament, no.
Why don't you tell everyone
She was in the tree room at the time.
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. secret hallways.
In the tree room.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was the killer.
No, that's wrong!
Well, Winona and Ulysses were in the tree room. Both of them were there.
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Winona's just a bitch. That's really it.
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes, I remember now. Ingrid, she developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy and even mentioned going to the
Good girl,
tournament.
mama.
Of course. He never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
Probably murder.
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? Because... Here it is.
This is it.
During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket.
Here's what I'm going with. I think Wolfgang was going to kill someone.
A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink. But some parts are still legible.
Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room. Close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket. It can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Corroborating with the Blacken to protect his wife. Damn.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note.
Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
was to remove her from the picture. Yeah. Once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have, and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves.
Regardless of the blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them, hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Sure, Ava.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
We'd probably need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo! Person who Wolfgang had blackmail on! If he gave you your blackmail back, can you say something?
Don't forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey! Person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail! If you're innocent, say something already!
Yeah, alright. If I'm innocent, I should say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? I mean... I don't know. Dog! You were at the tournament! Everyone saw you, it doesn't matter. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial since they can't ignore the evidence on my side, when it comes to me, of all people, owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering it, bro. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot.
Uh-oh.
But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Huh?
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Alright.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope. Funnily enough, it happened right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it. If you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye, I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude. My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth! Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
Right. It's very noble.
If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as forgiving?
I take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit!
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer.
Come on, Damon. Don't be a bitch.
It's annoying they won't speak up, sure. But unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people. Especially now that he's gone.
You know what? Alright.
I don't know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah. It's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
The cases, or...
Obviously, the case. The more pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes. The clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to, but I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
Stabbed to death?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him. And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking Wolfgang had the knife, not the blackened.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
That would line up with how we found him.
Everyone's... Whoa, whoa. Killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him to the boiler room. I mean, at least, you know what? At least, like, 90% of the cast are of age, so, like, I can't even, like, be like, oh... No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they're gone wrong. Alright.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
Doesn't say anything about, like, damage or anything. Okay. Whatever story they're trying to spin here, it's definitely not the truth. They include as much from the crime scene.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from...
Fuck.
That does not dispute the possibility of a confrontation.
Fuck.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler room after him, which was when they, you know, ended it.
It all makes sense.
How do I... Yeah, he wasn't stabbed. Yeah, he has 0 stabs
Is this
on him.
really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him. Nah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang from behind.
Yes!
No, that's wrong!
Jed, you talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor.
No, that's wrong!
But did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
I figured. Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact, none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss. Seriously, we went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Damn it, Jet. Come on, Jet. Come on, we gotta lock in, Jet.
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try. It's just, this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting. Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's body, I'll lay out his injuries.
No, Jean's goated. What do you mean?
There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise and a tiny red dot. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in total. Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Shut the fuck up.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron, or a flamethrower, I suppose.
Contradicting my theory outright? Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Yes. Fuck off.
Sorry, lass.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said. The burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
Chiaro... Huh?
Ooh, now this I know.
Is that the thing where he gets struck by lightning?
Coronoparalysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
Yeah.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The impact is so shocking, Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
I was aware of lightning paralysis, but even I didn't know its official name. That's a nice head you've got on your shoulders.
Okay. I'm gonna be... Okay. I'm gonna... Give me, like... a few seconds. I need to grab... item. I need item. I need to go acquire item. That's the wrong button. I need... Fuck. Buttons. I need to acquire item. No, it is not tea. I do not... Listen, if I was going to grab tea, I would have been... Bro, I would have been in fucking... we would have been gone for like 10 minutes. Fuck that. Well, not more than 10 minutes. Fuck that bullshit.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from.
Yeah?
My grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess... Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Like, there was a taser gun, right? Let's say, yeah, the generator. Well, no, not the generator. Generator gets busted, and then, maybe Wolfgang goes to like fuck with the generator to like try and fix it. Killer shoots taser either at him or at the water, and it electrocutes him, and now he's dead.
So Wolfgang...
I'm a genius.
Had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before the killing game? Fate is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
What the fuck?
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that. If he had these scars before, we would have noticed them anyway.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
Not necessarily. This is only something I thought of just now, but the reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
You saying there's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Something equivalent in damage to a lightning strike? The idea sounded ridiculous, but I think back onto the boiler room and what was inside it. Right, if I take that object into consideration, Ulysses' theory starts to hold some weight. The water? The generator?
This is it. Ulysses, since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Yes, I do. Why?
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene, they probably aren't as familiar with the room as we are. So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water. Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief. What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room. Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember, but back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Right. And flashback. I'm tiny old people. You were in this building before. Tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? Hell? Never even saw her. Huh? You were there too, Bargain Bin? I don't even... There's a floor below us. That's where I woke up.
To be more specific,
Well, you know, you definitely didn't.
it was the
cut
boiler
ins-
room
they-
I
I don't
woke
think
up
they
inside.
cut. I don't think they cut themselves. I think Wolfgang had the knife and attacked the Blackened.
I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Right.
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility. As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Ugh. What the fuck does Winona want?
Two things. First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief. Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
Bro.
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. If I let this continue, the others might start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers this trial off track. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Huh, you thought you were the only one in interjection animation? Think again. Jeez. Sometimes a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate with you. We call this Rebuttal Showdown. During Rebuttal Showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's arguments naturally, you will slash in the direction of the button pressed. To slice diagonally, simply press two keys at the same time. Sure to pay close attention to the shape, size, and position of your opponent's remarks. These will clue you into what direction you should slice. Every time you strike a white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Likewise, every time you miss white text, the orange side of the screen will shift right to show that your opponent is winning. Blah, 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 blah. My gut is telling me Diana did it, and I want to be wrong. That's what my gut is telling me, and I hate it. If you cut through enough remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you'll repeat. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of cross swords in order to gain the upper hand. You must rapidly left click. Have to beat the dual truth blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold down right-click to slice them apart with the truth blade. Yeah, just like Sonic and the Black Knight! Bro! Of course, don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the remark and check if you have the correct truth blade equipped. Alright, to battle.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
No, the blackout is definitely connected to Wolfgang's death. There's certain piece of evidence which proves the two events are correlated.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days. Do I really need to lay this out?
What?
Day 1, we were kidnapped. Day 2, the pharmacy opened. Day 3, our blackmail was distributed. Day 4, Cassidy and Jet pitched their little tournament. And Day 5, today, the murder happened. In the period between days 2 and 5, anyone could have destroyed the generator.
One hasn't even budged from our argument. I must be approaching this wrong.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Okay, I need to... Okay, I can't look at my evidence right now. Fuck. Blackout is definitely connected to Wolfgang's death. Just certain piece of evidence proves the two events are correlated.
While the generator may look suspicious...
I just recall the blackout happening. 2 o'clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35 a.m. Mark believes the blackout caused some sort of internal damage to the...
Consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days.
Blackout? Fuck.
Do I really need to lay this out? Day 1, While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
What about the blackout? It's impossible for the generator to cause the blackout if it was already broken prior to the tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power at any point before or after the...
No, fuck you. Nah, okay, I wasn't advanced. That's what it was. I was just in the wrong phase.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad. While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad. If you look at what time the digital clock is frozen on, it matches the time of death listed on the tablet, 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has already said it better.
Just answer with a yes or no, will you?
Yes.
In any case, the matching times were too much of a coincidence. The destruction of the generator caused the blackout, and the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened, and...
Damon, you and I both know that's not true.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder, because it isn't even conductive.
It's not?
After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
Under my eye, I saw Ava propel a box and fit out a light bulb. Then, without hesitation, she chucked it into the water.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring fell into the water?
Nah. Even in its current sorry state, the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the building killing a student would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Right. That's... Is the generator really unrelated to the case? But the timing of the blackout is too perfect. It can't be a coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
Shit, the taser, I guess.
Yeah, it mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor. A toy gun or something. At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
Yes, Cassidy, good.
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing.
What characters do you like so far? I mean, honestly, most of them, besides like, I guess Winona and Cassidy.
Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment, Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
Diana, Damon, and Toshiko, huh? Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah. I like Damon. He's a bastard, but like silly bastard.
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
Hang on. You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
Talk about suspicious.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
His attempt to feign innocence won't fool me. I want to know the truth.
I got it.
The blackmail tools you gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
With his weapons at hand, Desmond guards the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller?
Yes.
Take the bad with the good, dearest. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
True. Ain't that the fucking truth?
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it is just a flimsy excuse.
Uh-oh.
Desmond is the killer. The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard.
But if this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Okay, hold on.
Desmond is the killer.
Hold on. Where's the thing that mentions two of them being in the...
The taser gun came from his room.
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to
fuck did I
begin
do?
with.
Hold on.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapon
Grace's
force.
testimony is that she was with Wolf, or that
but-
Wolfgang was sick.
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I got it.
Regardless of whether or not Desmond knew about the gun,
Can I
he
save right
definitely
now?
wasn't involved in the murder.
Okay. Because I have one life, because my lives were not reset during this trial. I have the same number of lives I had in the prologue.
Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah. Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the pharmacy, I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right. And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS. Anyway, we should totally thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Alright.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Yeah.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again. But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
Alright. Someone must have gotten the idea to
Yeah.
rifle through my
Cassidy,
dorm because
Ava,
of my
Grace,
talent and found the taser gun
Mark,
hidden
Jet,
inside.
Damon, and Jean. And... I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Kai were at the tournament. So that's 8 people, like, already that it can't be.
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
What?
What?
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
Yeah, no, Jet does have car batteries in his room.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Want to try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Sure, I
Okay,
guess.
let's discuss the bruise first.
Alright.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Yeah, no shit.
Maybe Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him.
Wait, no, fuck.
I don't think that discounts anything I said.
Brain, why? Go turn this to Vader. What? With the... Okay.
I think it's safe to say
Then what? Then what's the
killer
point of...
didn't use a flamethrower.
Okay. My brain needs... I can't... My brain can't differentiate
Someone
orange
might
and
have
blue, I
attacked
guess.
him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must... I got it.
My brain can't differentiate colors, I guess. I guess I'm colorblind. I'm gonna kill myself.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
That is true.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
I guess it makes sense.
You're shooting Wolfgang with the taser. What's the killer's next move? I figured that out. I'll be one step closer to solving this case. Alright.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember? Ed and I checked closet B. Damon and Kai checked closet C. Eva and Grace checked closet A. And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
I think the footsteps.
So let me get this straight.
I think footsteps is the thing Mark said. I think.
Check the pin into closet A.
The killer just discarded the pin before stairs.
No, okay.
Leave me out of this. It's not my problem if you don't get it.
Not bad.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember?
It might
Ed
be
and
the
I checked
footsteps
closet
because
B.
she ran.
Damon
They
and
the blackened
Kai
ran.
checked closet C.
Just ran straight through.
Eva and Grace checked closet
I don't.
A.
I'm not sure.
And Jean and Mark checked closet D.
I don't see how that proves
The
anything.
killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
I should have. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, because they ran past closet C, but that doesn't technically disprove anything. Oh, right. Duh.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into closet A?
No, go back to what Mark said. They
When
left
exactly did they
after we
discard
were
the pin?
downstairs.
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember?
Oh, yeah, Cassie, blah, 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 blah. I did check the closet locations already. I did that earlier.
Just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right. Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room. They're discarding the pin.
No, that's wrong!
Diana, there's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time. When the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator, Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
Oh man, that's right. We were just exploring the closet when all of a sudden we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Nope. Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jen and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things. However, since other people can attest to hearing them...
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running. Since everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
Everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So...
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Boy, that's a given.
Huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
Well, they didn't, so I don't see what the problem is.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Maybe it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
It was kinda... socky. As in, it sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Because their footsteps were soft?
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what she's saying. Everyone here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy
Check
to find the
everyone's
killer.
socks. Yeah, no, do that.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right. Now, try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
Please don't tell me I'm right.
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right. Yes, that's right. The only one here who can possibly be the killer is... I don't want to be right. I don't want to be right.
It has to be you! Diana, it's you, isn't it?
I don't want to be right. I called this shit before the trial even began.
Huh? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Diana is the only one that no one saw.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys, if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
Guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi. Right, Ava?
What?
You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Eva wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
It's like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. It's not a problem. We'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. I don't even want it to be true.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
No.
Dual wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
A person's mind is nearly impossible. You should realize that much. Okay.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's
Is it peak?
blood?
It is peak, Roland. It is very peak.
Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know. Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already?
Honestly, playing
The
Eden's
killer
Garden
was
is making me
wielding a
want to
rolling
play
pin?
Well,
just straight up
maybe they had both.
Because I've not.
The rolling pin in one.
No, that's wrong!
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are 2 handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown man.
Then, who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang, carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
He did. We looked in the kitchen and there was a knife missing.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
This is very unfortunate. She is the one character who is 17, Ryan.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
The rest of the cast are like whole ass, like of age, and then Diana is like 17. I mean, Toshiko's like a child, but like we could just tell that that's not even like a matter of question. Like we could just tell.
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
Make it is. You know what? You know, I can respect that. That's fair. That's fair, Ryan. Diana's talent, obviously.
I got it.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No, yeah, no, I was thinking the cosmetologist, like cosmetics and shit.
No. No. But
Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang, which means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana, she lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana? Diana. You...
It wasn't me! I promise. It wasn't me.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage? What the fucking...
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, you know, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
What does it matter what she says? Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer is. If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote. No. No, no!
Vote. That's right, we have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so...
No. No. No.
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why, all of a sudden, do I doubt myself? Athos Logos route split? Oh, fuck.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room.
How do I absorb Thingus again? Right.
Once he got there,
E.
she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
What
Diana
actually,
was
hold
the
on.
one who
What
lured
actually
Wolfgang to the
points
boiler
towards
room.
Diana? The
Once
only
he
thing
got
that points
there,
towards the fact
she
she doesn't have
killed
an
him
alibi.
immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene,
Granted is
hoping the rest of us truth.
I'm gonna try something.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder.
No, that's wrong! We know that Diana got stabbed during her confrontation with Wolfgang. But that doesn't prove she's the culprit.
Wait. Huh?
If anything, what it should mean is that Diana was trying to get away from him as fast as possible.
Do you hear yourself right now?
He's lost his mind.
The stab wounds prove that Diana was in the same room as Wolfgang before his death. She's the killer.
I'm not. I'm not the killer.
Damn it, what's come over me? I'm getting all mushy and making a fool out of myself in front of everyone.
Sheesh, Damon. How are you going to say all this dramatic stuff about Diana being the killer, and then say the opposite 5 minutes later?
I'm making a fool of myself. I'm making a fool of myself, and yet, when I think back on everything she's done, just because they have different opinions doesn't mean they're bad people. They clearly want the same thing as the rest of us, right? They want to go home. So I think it's okay to give them a chance. Yeah, that's right. We can make it through this. I wish I could speak as well as you, Wolfgang. I realize everyone's been acting tense around you and Ava, so I wanted to say hi and check that you're okay. Well, in any case, if you ever need someone to talk to, just come find me, alright? Diana was always thinking of me when no one else was. She knew how frustrated I felt about everything. About Wolfgang. Of course, she tried to play it off as some kind of casual interaction between friends, but she tried to help me without making it seem like I was someone who needed help. Could someone like her really have what it takes to commit a murder? It doesn't make sense. Thinking Diana could kill another person. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Whatever. Who cares what this guy says? We finally know the killer. Let's cast our votes already.
I guess, if that's what everyone else is doing.
Remember, if you don't vote, you die. So none of you naysayers better get any smart...
Hey, Tozu.
Ideas?
Uh-oh. What is he doing?
Are you listening, Tozu? I need to ask a question.
Dude, what are you...
Hello, hello. It is I, Tozu, answerer of questions.
Answerer of questions.
You ask a question, I give an answer. Just common sense it is.
Yes.
Answerer of questions. I thought you were a host.
I'm a host with an ascendant in question answering. A jack of all trades, if you will.
Anyway, Tozu. According to the regulations, everyone has to vote when a trial is over. My question is, when exactly can a trial be considered over?
Are we talking in a literal or philosophical sense?
I mean, does the trial end and the voting begin once we think we've solved the mystery? Or does the vote automatically start after a certain amount of time?
I see. All right, I'll humor your question. If you ask nicely.
What?
Go on. Ask the question again.
Well, are you still gonna do it?
Tozu, can I please know the factors that decide whether a trial could be considered over?
Well, since you're so polite, I'd be
Pretty
a fool not to tell
please.
you.
Pretty please, Tozu.
The truth is, the class trial will only end once I become bored with it.
You're joking.
What? Why didn't you say this sooner?
Come now, it's not like I wouldn't announce a warning in advance. Tick, tock, tick tock. That's the sound of my internal clock losing patience. Let's start wrapping things up, shall we? I think we're long overdue for a vote. See? Smart, snappy, and to the point.
Sounds terrible!
What if you're still not bored, even when we think we've solved the case?
If that happened and all of you agreed to vote, what reason is there for me to say no?
I didn't miss shit. Oh, hi, Bond. There you are.
So in that case, everyone must unanimously agree to vote before voting can be held.
Indeedy.
All right. Then, since you haven't made any kind of warning, I take it you're not bored with the trial yet.
Not yet.
In that case, I don't agree to vote.
What? No way! Are you seriously pushing back the vote?
Not until I know who the real killer is.
It's obviously Diana. She's the only one without an alibi for the murder.
Diana may not have an alibi, but even so, saying she's a murderer contradicts everything we know about her.
Since when?
Diana looked up to Wolfgang, and Wolfgang cared about her. But from the moment suspicion fell on Diana, she's been nothing but a nervous wreck. Does that really sound like someone with the emotional capacity to murder?
What's to say she's not faking it?
Even if she was, it'd be rash to commence a vote without hearing both sides of the story first.
You do make a good point.
We are not in a rush. I say we hear Diana out.
Yeah. I don't feel comfortable voting yet until Diana shares her testimony.
It does. That's okay. Vaughn. That's why I wanted to be wrong. I wanted to be wrong. Like it. The evidence made it make sense, but nothing else did. I actively want to be wrong.
Sure thing. I'm up for listening.
But...
Diana, I promise to keep an open
Yeah,
mind.
no, clearly I killed Wolfgang.
Even if it's stressful to relive, until we have conclusive evidence to say otherwise. I'll hear you out.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay. But all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...?
No!
Huh?
What?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did. But I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die.
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
You cry, you owe me. I don't owe you shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, we'll believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever's thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. Bro, what the fuck?
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy? Perhaps you need a short break. Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself. Something like a nice cup of tea.
Ironic. Why the fuck am I giving either you or Moon $5 if I cry? The fuck? Listen, I already had a tea. I already had a cup of tea today. I had one this morning. I'm chilling. Also, it's not even actually sleepy tea. It's just like it's not like sleepy tea. It's just like chill tea. Like
Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains for deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything?
Shitting, I guess.
Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, they will never be anything more than their number tags.
Wait, Bon, are you in a trial right now? What the fuck?
I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. It seems that's about all the time we have. Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. Yippee! No need for extravagant farewells. I've an inkling you'll be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson.
What?
Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea.
Bruh.
Ta-ta!
Damn, ads.
Diana,
I guess.
Now's your chance to defend yourself. Tell me what happened.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
A note?
2 days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there
Why
at
is
the
it?
time.
Bond, why?
And I
Bond,
didn't show you the
Bond.
note later because...
Bond, you tell me you got hit with a Spanish beam? The fuck?
Well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you are aware, it is your obligation to speak with those who blackmail you have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either, even in private. There's always the chance someone can hear. Wolfgang.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right. Even though Wolfgang's note has been water damaged, the words I can make out were in the same messy scroll as Diana's here.
Then someone
This
else
was a frame
posing as
job.
Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note. Which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
The boiler room was really dark, so the first thing I noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him.
Oh, damn, they fucking beat her ass.
Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
Oh, no, he's not okay.
It's you.
Huh?
He is not okay. Bro, they jumped my mans! Bro, they fucking... No, that's so true, though.
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What?
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But... okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform. The part where the fence had a gap.
Yeah, no, remember that dot on his neck? I think he might have been drugged.
Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over. And he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow... somehow I didn't think to react.
Oh, Yep. Nope, there he goes.
And he reached inside his blazer.
So I was partially right? At least in regards to, Wolfgang trying to stab a bitch.
Bring her back.
The rent is due, Wolfgang.
Bring her
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do. I started looking around for things to defend myself with. And that's when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I being attacked? Why can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
The fuck?
All of a sudden, everything turned white.
Baba Booey? The fuck?
Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. And then, so did everything else. Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it.
Absolutely peak impact for
His body cracking against the pavement. And his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something. But there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
Rolling pin was used to lock. No, I still think the rolling pin was used to knock him out. But the thing that was used to lock the door was the fact that the door was reversed, or the doorknob was reversed.
What? What the?
So that it locked from the outside instead of the inside.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did watch Wolfgang die.
Why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
He was definitely not sound of mind in that instance.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
Drugs. Probably drugs. Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment?
How'd you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
Bobby pin?
By picking the door's lock.
Yeah.
For reals?
Yeah, bobby pin.
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag.
Yeah.
I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error. Just minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
Whoa! Actually unlocking the doors. That's like hitting a bullseye blindfolded.
Now we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
I think I'm figuring out what had happened.
The lock is
Still need a
normally
clue,
on the
though.
inside too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with,
Frame.
It was to frame Diana, right?
right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room. By which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know, did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark, so I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it. And stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut, though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
It's the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing her at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Holy crap!
That's awful! It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something which shook him to his core.
You know, Bon, that's such... Putting makeup on an exposed wound is wild shit.
Like, there was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe Jean meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
He's seen ghosts of his parents? Question mark?
He had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters, or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now what the heck is going on at sea?
That's what I'm saying.
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
I was thinking the same. Similar, like, hair, similar face, yeah.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Wrong.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate, aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no!
Pharmacy.
Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy, stupid.
Obviously. Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang.
Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
Just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... Cautious yet determined expressions, the students entered the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted access to medication sounded like a disaster in the making. But having already evoked the group's ire about after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. I'll just stay quiet, let them do their thing. Bro, you know what? We're basically a single chapter in, and Damon's already getting peak character arc. Again, nobody would have listened to me. Especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Fair enough.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him? The bit on his neck.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer
Make him swallow a pill.
There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
What if it was a
I have to
drug?
look back around to what Mark said initially.
You don't need to eat.
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
We could have drugged Wolfgang. All the ideas being thrown around, only one is real merit.
I
It's
bet
Mark.
the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just...
I got it.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot
Tiny
below
bit.
the bruise on his
Look
neck.
at the bit. It was me, Barry.
During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple. And knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out. If Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m., then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around. Only when they had him right where they wanted, dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
I'm just not realizing. Okay. Toshiko said she went to the pharmacy and to get medicine for Ingrid. And during that fetch quest, she said she also saw Eloise and Desmond in the courtyard. Ulysses and Winona were in the tree building during the blackout. However, I assume this trap was set way before that, which means the two of them are now without an alibi.
But
If this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
Sure.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone can be accounted for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
I have pretzels. Yeah, no, I've kind of been snacking on those this whole time.
Someone here must be lying.
And doesn't plan to stop.
What's screwing us over here? Is there a part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact it was destroyed, the timing of the blackout. One coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it possible the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up until everyone knows me as Baba Booey. All of a sudden, everything turned white. It's still so fucking cool. Those few seconds, he became pitch black. And so did everything else. Yeah, some kind of electric chemical bomb, I'm assuming. Because there was also that shrapnel in the water.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout. Think about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Wrong.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
She's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you.
Generator was actually an alibi for the blacksmith? Possible.
Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired. I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
Well, look, cause she's that is fair, but she did explain that
What?
her uncle got
So
struck
the
by
taser
lightning
gun
or some
isn't
of
the
it.
murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything else.
There was a bomb. A true murder weapon. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at straws by thinking something like
And
that?
anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Huh?
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial. The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself. The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that influence.
It's the bomb. There's obviously something. There was a machine next to the generator. There was at least something next to the generator that looked like it could have been a machine of some kind. I think that would have been either a timed chemical explosion of some kind to blow up the generator, causing it to electrocute the water for even a brief moment.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
Most covert place? Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun. But where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete.
Yeah, the shrapnel. The shrapnel is definitely some kind of chemical, electrical explosive.
Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
Or literally a homemade grenade. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley. All right, everyone.
doodly eye,
Let's
neighbor.
put our thinking hats on. If we work together, we'll unravel this mystery for sure. Ready? On your marks, get set, go!
I don't think a blacksmith and creating bombs are exactly the same skill set. Oh, this
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the...
No.
No, that's wrong!
The shrapnel.
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you
Well,
didn't
no. Ingrid is very much blacksmith, not like engineer type shite.
The shrapnel in the water.
This has been established.
You mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion. Due to their proximity to the generator, it's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
No.
Except this debris is a completely different color and lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else, which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
Floating nearby it was another out-of-place item.
This is it. In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
Seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
Right, the red shrapnel. It definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can directly be tied to the shrapnel. At least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. Hard to flip my thinking and considering what clues we haven't discussed yet. Dynamite, clearly. There's no proof that I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only think towards one that hasn't. The one thing that mysterious shrapnel might be related to... The only thing we haven't discussed is the smell.
This is it. Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice.
What the fuck? What the
when I
fuck?
did,
What the fuck? What the fuck? Diana VA? What? 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 What the fuck? Hello? Hello? What's up? You've... Oh! Wait, really? Oh, cool! That's awesome! Thought I'd... Oh, cool. Yeah, welcome! Hello, hello! Hi! Oh, man. I will say, this trial is fucking wild.
well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
No, I have. I'm actively trying to... What I've gathered is... from what I've... No, you know what's funny? My gut was... Like, before the trial even started, my gut was telling me Diana, but I wanted to be wrong so bad.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
'Tis a
Like,
sign
I
of
just,
chemical
I
reaction
really
is at
wanted to be wrong about that. And fortunately, it seems like I am.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal, or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Right.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
You've got to. Why are you so caught on the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
The cord could have been used to maybe jumpstart the chemical reaction. Oh, it did have. Wait, I think it did have like chemical. Hold on, let me go back to the. Because I think it did say something about chemical burns on the frayed edges. There's no internal plug, only a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Yeah.
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility that the explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us. The shrapnel.
had to have been some kind of bomb.
Can someone translate this into less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
Could have used the extension cord to jumpstart the chemical reaction inside the room in a way that made sure the cord was ripped due to. Oh yeah. No, yeah. I'm thinking the cord was plugged into the generator, and the reason it's burned and frayed and blah blah blah, is because of the explosion from the shrapnel. Because it was plugged into the explosive.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
Okay.
I got lots of metallic objects in my dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
No. Wait, hold up. No. No, wait. Oh, no. Big old slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on, that's right. What Ingrid said just now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. Did she? Yes, this would explain my room too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. Right. At the time, people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could it be? Could the shrapnel actually be the remnants of the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? Which guy? Wait. Who bragged about having unique car battery? Oh!
It has to be you!
Jet?
Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
No. What?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels,
car
spare
battery,
brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning Speedster.
That's pretty sick.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
Okay, not where my brain was going, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium, that's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
There was an explosion.
I did.
Really?
During the tournament, right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a burn.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet, were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Fuck.
Pretty much.
God damn it.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight into poor Wolfie.
There's warning labels on the battery for a reason.
Okay, if the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony, when the explosion happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
With a grappling hook?
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
Shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. They must be correlated. I'll admit Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I've ruled that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. Alright. What do I got? Generator, taser, metal, extension cord. No, that's just a bomb.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere, so it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
That person who says impossible starts to sound anything but.
If the the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
The extension
Neo
cord
batteries
is...
are pretty lightweight, though.
It is cut.
The battery
but-
clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
No? Okay.
Now is not the time for jokes!
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
That's true. I should check the cord again.
If the battery is related to the case,
Collection... Okay. There's no internal plug. Only a frayed tip lined the black substance. I don't know. The generator's wires were melted and what remains intact is being singed. Just the bomb went off inside the machine. Unidentified material, no. Has I got found at the scene?
only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery
Yeah.
is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Yeah, wait, no, it was inside. It was
The
like
battery
on
is
or
related
attached
to the
to.
case. Only thrown it in the water.
Fuck.
Damon, Diana was the only other person in the boiler room.
Oh, yeah, no, okay, that
The
makes
battery is
right.
related to the case.
Hold on, no, get back to what Jean said.
Somewhere.
Yeah, because it would have if it was
So it must have
from
been
if
submerged
the
another
explosion
way.
went
Perhaps
if the explosion
something akin
went
to
out was
what
outside the
Eva
generator, it
described?
would have caved
If
in,
that
not
battery
dented
is
outwards.
the murder weapon,
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few from the generator.
No.
The evidence tells a different story, mate.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
Fallen
if that
off of the
battery
generator?
is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Damn it, I missed my chance. I can't get anyone to listen to me. This case will never be solved. Okay. Okay. It could have fallen
battery is
off of
related
the
to the
generator.
case. Only Diana could have thrown it in
guess.
the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have...
Yes! It could have fallen off of the generator.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
Eh? What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot. Which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except...
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Yes. Not on top, maybe. Suspended?
I got it.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
When the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. Cord.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
What?
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... Wolfgang? No.
I got it.
Object?
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
I'll need to keep the cord in place. I imagine the cord and the battery is tied around in front of the generator, in the same spot where the shrapnel is surfaced. The wire? Or the fence? Gate?
They managed to sling something over the generator using one of them boxes.
I guess it could work if you put the box on top of the generator.
Because that's not an eyesore.
Considering the generator's size, I doubt there'd be enough space for a box to fit.
I did
If
not
there
mean
was,
the box.
the box in question would still be up there right now.
I meant the fence. The fence.
Didn't you say the generator is what the battery's being slung over?
No, the fence! Bro, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. The vent? I don't.
This is it.
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
I suppose, yeah.
There's a vent above the generator?
you should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Yeah. Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that, by cutting it. Yeah, by cutting it.
Cut the cord using what exactly?
Scissors? That's what anyone would use, right?
And where exactly did these scissors come from?
Could have been the storage closets. They're packed with tons of stuff, so...
Far. No, she's
Well, I've been through those closets twice now, and I never saw scissors.
No, Winona's right,
Not even
actually.
pliers?
Fuck.
I didn't see pliers either.
Could the cord have been cut with Wolfie's knife?
Unlikely.
You believe the victim set up the murder trap?
So this whole thing was a suicide mission?
That's definitely not the case. Alright. Wrapping the cord around the battery.
I got it.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining. Which is a good thing, because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
Right. Yeah.
So much effort.
On it. For real.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How? Simple. By adjusting the cord's position. All the killer would need is to utilize a certain half of the coil. Cord isn't even tied to the vent. If it like falls or something.
This is it.
God damn it.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Is that a serious question?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
My fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water.
But then how would they have closed the vent?
When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components.
Actually, I accidentally bashed the mic.
Which, in turn, causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang, who is standing in the water.
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
Wait, but then... that means... But...
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room.
Yeah, that means it was someone...
How would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
She has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent. But I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down the shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can be pulled inward. I only got it to open outwards. With that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one thing. The killer never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right, when you described opening the boiler room vent.
No. Flashback.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That means the killer was in the
cord
was at
through
the
the ventilation
tournament.
shaft and out the opposite end. For the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Oh, huh? The fuck, Ulysses?
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
We're back to discussing this again. Oh, no. Ulysses, you cannot hit me with the actually right now. Never mind, I'll find a way to combat this argument, just like I've done countless times already. Yeah, the head, I don't know if the head would fit in the vent as well.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
God. Alright.
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Okay. The argument might have made sense if it weren't for one fatal flaw.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
One of the sides was cut. Well, no, we already said that can't be.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point and someone else closed it. That is my issue.
Think.
Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through those words!
What was that? Okay.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through. You just need to start with the internal plug. The cords in storage closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, it's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they'd probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
How so?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
No way!
Was anyone late to the tournament? No. Well. I mean, there was Grace. Grace and John. One of the tournament attendees is the killer? Damn it, how did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could even have access to the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time of Wolfgang's murder.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed, Mark, and John.
Shit.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3! And Cass 2, I think? I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
No participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's positions directly before the blackout. The problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. Never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? Well, I never got a good look at the others. I could still deduce their general positions, and if they were near me. Whether or not I heard them. Think, Damon, think. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you. The only person I never heard was you. Who? God damn it! Mark? You ever produced for the character before the... Well, not anymore. I had no goddamn idea. Oh no, I thought... Okay, I thought Diana, which I really wanted to be wrong. Because, like, everything, all the evidence pointed towards her. Like, even before the trial started. Definitely mixing music with Black and Kurt. You must have been watching my game with Kai too, because I remember his music becoming more frantic with after Kai got different hand. Okay. There's... No. She spoke, right?
It has to be you!
There's... No. No. No! What?
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing the game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone, except Ava. In fact, last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
No. No. No.
Care to contribute
No.
anything, Eva?
What?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
I missed most of the... Yeah, no, but shit's been fucking crazy.
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Ava get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible if she knew how to untie it at the right time. During the blackout.
I got it.
To dispose of the cord. You just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance.
Yeah,
Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way, it wouldn't be any more difficult than untying your shoelaces with your eyes closed.
If Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
There's a consistent East Garden streams that Diana's being able to... Oh, is this a reoccurring pattern? That's kind of funny, actually.
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
I rated it to this. Yeah. Like you look up to the world knows. But then explode. But that is very true. I must see all of the street. You know what? Fair enough. Understandable. Suddenly everything turned white. I think in front of me except Wolfgang. Just a few seconds and get pitch black. And so did everything else.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water.
Yeah.
But why would a thin knife make such a big splash?
Then, do you think...
What really caused that sound was probably the extension cord falling into the water.
When you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would kill Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Just a mathlete is crazy.
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement nonsense.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal. She's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet and Desmond's rooms without being noticed?
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
Except that someone did.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I still can't let the conversation continue like this. Eva did, in fact, know a way to reach the vent. Well, she had to use... boxes?
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform. And
Wait,
placed it next to the
no,
generator.
wait, no. Soggy,
That's setting
soggy
myself
boxes.
up. Removing a box would reduce the amounts of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
And also soggy
Flexing
boxes.
your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start with. But he never noticed anything, because there were just as many boxes as there were last time.
Couldn't you just move the box back after using it?
Soggy.
Then the underside of the box would be wet, which it wasn't.
Yes.
This I can confirm. My notes on the box's exteriors mention nothing about watermarks.
God damn it, what do you... See, I realized why it was stupid after I had clicked it.
I'm not tall enough to reach that high.
Okay, and that's not what I was thinking. Or the boxes that are already in the water. Bro.
Ava, to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room. There's already a huge pile of them near the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah. She would have known about those boxes in advance, too. Since she explored the boiler room with you ahead of time.
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator. And I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug. I can do both of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The one
The dining
in
hall
the
one.
dining hall.
Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh.
But
Oh,
you
yeah, you're
helped
right.
set up.
If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed?
See, there's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll! You can't talk your way out of this one!
Oh. Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you! Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
Alright. Hey.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself, after a bit of time passes.
That is a thing.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer.
Remind what was said before. Focus on the facts. Focus.
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I
Okay,
sat near
I need
a vent.
to. I need
Seems
to.
to be
Oh,
pretty good evidence to
ISO!
me.
What the fuck?
Wolfgang exposed
Yo!
you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Yo, what's up?
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
I'm going
Even
to
if this
try.
trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the
I'm
way
going to
Damon
try. I'm going to
described.
try.
How
I'm going to
so?
try.
Well,
Extension
the
cord
battery could have been tied to the
on-
extension cord, with a special knot which can
I'm gonna
untie
try
by
this.
itself.
No.
See? Even Damon agrees.
Not so fucking fast! If the knot was that loose, how did it keep the battery in place for so long?
It couldn't. Could it?
Okay, not that.
Precisely. The knot would fall apart faster than this stupid theory.
Okay, it's not that. Also could have been tied to Wolf. I doubt it was tied to
You can't
Wolf.
say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive.
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong. Maybe it wasn't closing
Venting
the
in
vent
2020.
that
I know,
triggered it,
venting in 2026. That shit's crazy.
something else?
I think I got
have
it.
any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord with a special knot which can untie by itself after a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that.
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament.
No, that's wrong!
Got your ass. But also,
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament.
Bro, I can't even...
In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier, but the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
That is true. I remember. Yeah, Ava decided the time. When I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 a.m. The brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Screw it, let's do 9 a.m. 1 hour after the morning announcement.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
It would answer her question of why neither Cassie, Jet, nor Mark noticed the open vent. When I think back on what Cassie told me earlier today, before the tournament began, I could discern exactly when Ava opened the vent.
I got it.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed. After I showed her Mark's stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to help.
Back when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided what time you were going to start redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing. Eva really helped me out, though. She said she would stack the dining hall furniture we weren't going to use later that night. Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably.
All right.
We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
All right.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Eva!
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents. After going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent, she heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also cried and fled the scene after we found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Alright.
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position.
Chair?
You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout.
Eh?
Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range.
Right.
Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh, man! So I totally fell for it?
Yep.
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still. Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Ava, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases.
Oh, what? You know, it makes sense that she'd be the one to set up this complicated-ass trap.
Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out at the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator.
Well, the case can be more complicated, but I mean the trap is fucking complicated.
All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious discrepancy?
He was right. Standing up would look really suspicious. Which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem.
This is it.
The chair in the back?
The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. Towards the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
Set the chair to recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention. Especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well, am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up behind you without drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier?
Did you?
Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Okay.
I got it.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Bro.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room. Because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh, yeah. He read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know.
What?
You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang. Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
What the fuck?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation.
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop. I practically risked my life pretending to be his ally, but in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. No, this was this was bound to happen.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations at the time because it could have just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence on my hands.
Damon, do you have your blackmail on you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
David really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? Maybe... Bro, what the fuck is happening? My brain is going in fucking circles. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. Whatever thinks about me shouldn't matter. She thinks about me. Took my side way back at the beginning, remember? We were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer. And you helped solve the mystery behind that whole case. No one thanked you, though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it. Damn it! This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are. I've been realizing I was blindly following the words of a stranger. Now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me. Even more than if I had just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let the discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it. But only the picture. As requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket. And pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
You know what, Ryan? You're so right. His mom is kind of hot.
But why his parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
His mom looks like Cass. I guess kinda.
For the record,
Mostly just because of hair color.
I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth!
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that we place faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
Don't just say it like that!
Oh, fuck.
Yo! My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room? It's not as if I could listen out for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks, so it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Checkmate, bitch.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair! Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Ava makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? That doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the timing isn't right. Think. My years of debate have taught me anything. I need to look at this from another angle. I just take it from the top while assuming Ava is the killer.
I got it.
She saw her?
The only way the killer would have known when to spring
the
their
voice
trap
acting is fucking
was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? The only two possible places. The vent.
Trying to look into the boiler room through the vent is impossible.
Okay.
This is it.
No. Unless...
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room...
She did get that funk-ass device from the gachapon.
...was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
Yeah, her pearl pink Nintendo DS. Yeah, exactly that. In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Ava need access to? Actually, it would have to be some sort of screen. Screen, huh? Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all the other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains. The one thing we've yet to discuss. Ava, it's time I bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final lie. Oh, it's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. Uh-oh. However, it won't be without a fight. Announcing argument, altercation. Excuse me? What the fuck? Good luck with this the fuck? In the game, you and your opponent battle each other in a bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge your opponent's attack, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case. Swass to move and spacebar to fire noise bullets. You can also focus by pressing left shift, which will slow battle temporarily. Okay. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Your opponent will fire their own bullets, so be sure to use your ability strategically to avoid damage. They will also make statements of their own, which will appear as orange text. They also start the game with a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. Worry not, you can weaken their shield by breaking their statements with your bullets. Breaking their statements also charges your mega bullet. You want to press F key to fire that one. Okay. Why? Well, it's the only way to damage your opponent. If you miss, don't worry. Just break more statements in order to recharge mega bullet. After a certain amount of hits, you will progress to the next stage of the battle, and your opponent will become more frenzied and their attacks even wilder. Once they finally run out of HP, your opponent will then ask you their burning question. Press the WASD keys in the correct order to solve the case. If you fail, you will have to start over from the last stage of battle. However, losing all your HP will force you to restart from the very beginning, so I suggest you don't do that. It's quite a lot of information. Say have fun, but your life actually depends on it, so get going. Bro.
It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. This is... Damon. I thought you trusted me. Who cares about the camera?
Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, now see...
I didn't see anything.
I was gonna say, I was gonna be like, man, what are y'all talking about? This is very normal. Did that happen?
I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to
I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't even trip, dog.
Who cares about the camera? I didn't see it. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I told you so.
See, yeah, see, this is a great example of why I don't fucking play games with keyboard typically, because I fucking hate loss.
This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Damon, I thought you trusted me. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
You know, at least it's only upside down for like 2
Why would
seconds.
I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I told you so.
I hate Lost. I genuinely hate Lost. I hate keyboard. Just straight up.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything.
What the fuck is it F?
It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone?
I can literally just hold down.
There's no proof I killed. It's Damon who's This isn't fair. This isn't fair. Damon.
See, if I just hold down space, I
thought
can
you
focus on
trusted
moving.
me. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. It's Damon. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. Why would I kill This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? Why won't you believe me? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera?
What the fuck? Wait.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about How could I access the security camera? Shut up! Why would I kill anyone? Who cares? I told you so.
What the fuck? What the f- Alright.
It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious.
Dog, I took like
I didn't
3
see
seconds to like see which buttons I had to press.
Why would I kill anyone? Damon, I thought you trusted me. This isn't fair. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof. Why won't you believe me? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. How could I access the security camera?
Okay, jeez.
Ava, we know the truth.
No! Don't kill me!
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on
Fuck
if the killer
Wasp.
can see inside the boiler room.
Fuck the F key. That's what I have to say.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible. From this particular angle. If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room. An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved, or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So he played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
What about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms. And the janitor closet? That room has been locked for days now. She obviously couldn't hide the console there. Which means it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, we can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're Just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Hey, calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes! Show us the console and then you'll be done with this!
No! I don't have to show anyone anything.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious. I'm telling the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the entire tournament. I thought it was weird, coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing
Gotcha
any more with
con.
these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gotcha.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure, if no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer, once and for all.
Alright, what did they... Okay, hold on. What pieces do I have first? I have the blackout and the closing of the vent. So then... Letters from the killer. Okay. Car battery. Car battery! Internal plug. Okay. Taser. Right. Alright.
This is how it happened.
It's okay, it's very disorienting how
this case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail.
It's very disorienting having the pages go left to right, but the panels go right to left. It's very disorienting.
Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to two people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were going to kill Wolfgang. Hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be killer was lurking nearby. And how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made it so the tournament would happen at 9 a.m.
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was working. The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism. The killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which had been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall. So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Their intentions were threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today.
Right.
Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Makes sense.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent because it would drown out the fight which was going to happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrived.
My letter said to meet at 8:45 a.m., so that's when I got to the boiler room. I made sure to close the door behind me, just as the message told me to.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in.
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery, only the blinking security camera. And then, Wolfgang. He got up on his feet all of a sudden, and he started crying and saying these weird things.
Yeah, like she's just too trusting. She's a little stupid. At least Wolfgang was smart enough to, bring a weapon with him.
I tried to keep him calm and asked him to come over
just
to
in
me,
case.
which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
The drugs probably gave him a frightening hallucination, and he
She is,
perceived you as a threat.
she is also 17. That is a fair point.
He was screaming at me, and I was screaming back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser, but then I threw it back down again.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Ah, fuck.
Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly.
Was that really necessary? Ah, jeez. Literal flashbang. Ah. This is a file for a chapter 1. It's great. It's peak. Oh no, she's got to remember this for, until she gets murdered.
The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence. All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
I love that music effect. That's sick.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Not for long, though. We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in her room with Wolfgang's dead body.
Yeah, the lockpick bobby pin, very, very,
We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair. That person is you, Ava Sunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
Fuck.
My blood is rushing.
I don't even. Holy shit, Bond was right. The outcome of this trial makes that tier list I made so fucking funny. And I thought Ava was gonna live till the end. Wrong! Well, I'll be damned. Least of all, I expected Ava to be the first killer.
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular! You have seen beyond the foul lies of the scorned mathematician and delivered the honorable truth with wit and aplomb. Well done. This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success with...
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up?
Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the chat room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. Bro.
I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it. So now you wish to know why he done it.
Such a spoil
Very
sport.
well. Every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would loathe to break tradition at this stage.
There must be something.
Ava, why did you do this? Just why?
Come on.
Come on, speak up. You have nothing to lose now. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it.
This is...
What? You've been working with Tozu this entire time?
Such disrespect!
Me and her? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously. Ultimate liar. Talk about on the nose. No, Ava is just as much a kidnappee as the rest of you.
Son of a bitch!
Shut up! You let her get away with breaking the rules? That's proof enough you ain't cahoots.
Holy!
Huh? Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property.
Fuck you!
Why the fuck was I punished for checking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator?
Shit.
Shit, is Ava the exception that rule was talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah. Everyone, take a look at the second rule. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official killing game properties such as cameras and the Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply at the end? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop lying!
Oh, Eve, Ava. You know what? That's funny. You know what? I'll give him that. I'll give him that. That is funny. It is called Eden's Garden, so that's funny. I never took that into account. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Ava is Eve in my language? Oh. Huh. How you gonna explain how? Or are you just gonna try to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder. Yeah, checks out. If it's for the sake of murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator. Meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death.
Yeah,
Yeah, which is why Ava was excused for breaking
Slow
it.
down.
Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were...
What?
You...
I see. Ava believed she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator.
What?
She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed.
That ain't it.
Nah, with how confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share the information with her?
Who? Me?
Ooh, a desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same question your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair!
Pathetic.
Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you, but they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal.
Huh?
A deal? What kind of deal?
A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
The fuck? In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk.
Plot twist!
The traitor perk!
Holy!
What do you mean traitor perk? Is it the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you, that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean by earn it? Do you recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about a secret lurking inside? You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond this door. Bro. That secret. Were you referring to the traitor perk?
Well done.
Indeed I was. When I said it was a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pen pad. Pen pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf.
I see.
I see. It was hiding the traitor perk all along.
How did Ava figure out the password to the pin pad, though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it, finally worked?
Well,
A 4-digit code would have thousands of potential combinations. Unless Ava encountered unbelievable luck, the chances of her guessing the code in only a few days is extremely unlikely.
How?
Then how did you get access to the traitor perk? The 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad. How did Ava figure them out? There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? That mysterious poster in the pharmacy.
Yeah? What poster are you?
Well done.
Ding ding ding! Correct! Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
For reals?
No.
How could that poster reveal the code, though? Oh, it's 1010, isn't it? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information. How to decipher what I was seeing.
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was.
Plot twist!
An equation!
What? Ah, okay. I'm not gonna figure that out.
Every detail is delightful. Those explanations of grandeur may, in fact, be hints towards a certain something's nature, and that large star is a stand-in for a coordinate plane. Ah.
Oh. Oh! Those 2 explanation points are 2 marks on a graph. The price is actually it's not a price, but it's telling you which coordinate that is. So that's it's x then y. So it's 10 negative 10. Oh.
Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad is, after all, being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' parents' parents, the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Heckin' twisted!
No way! A math equation is totally up Ava's alley.
Ava, you told me you can understand the poster.
Quite a long face.
Of course she did. That equation is the key to the trader perk. Handing it over would mean handing over the perk.
Shit. So the trader perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet.
Me?
I assure you it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this trader perk allows for the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
What?
Damn it. So, I was right. You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which is how you saw Diana enter.
Oh, crud.
I thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school's cameras.
But then...
And the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room, it's because Ava was watching me.
What? This is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Ava, how could you negotiate with our kidnapper? How would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I'd die here with the rest of you.
You.
That selfish attitude is the reason why you've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? You hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled the situation. We might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. If they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and snivel and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tozu's game was risky. You were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
Yeah, she is definitely a bit of a narcissist. Yeah, no, that checks out.
We had food, we had shelter. All we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place.
But I
Stop it!
would have died first. It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd make, while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer without evidence. And you all would have believed him.
Whoa!
That's not...
Shut up!
Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to find out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here.
Oh, that's cold, man.
You really let me
Even
down.
if we had some rough spots, some of us still tried to get along with you. During the gaming tournaments, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? Yeah, no, Ava is... None of you actually cared about me. None of you! I've never done anything to anyone.
What do you mean?
It really is the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated.
Who the fuck are those clowns in the back?
I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to. I was the prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me, because they wanted the love I received.
Bro, this is... You know what?
Incinerate, that's an amazing point. Literally the only two people who actively went out of their way to talk shit about Ava was Grace and Kai. Sure, Wolfgang was kinda being a dick. But understandably so. Or what they thought was love. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now, when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. Women's rights and women's. You know what? Alright. But I cared.
I don't understand.
But I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
But why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
See, this is why Diana is the best ever. This is why Diana is the best ever. I didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. She's so real. No, you know what's funny? Okay, before starting chapter 1, I kinda expected Diana to be the first victim. And then when the chapter actually started, I was kind of like my gut was like after Wolfgang's murder and like Diana was acting she was acting strange. So like my gut was telling me she done it. So it was just like I wanted to be wrong. I have never wanted to be wrong more than in today. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it.
No. No.
Bro. I think a lot of people would underestimate her. Damon, a lot of people did. Me included. Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Luis ran over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
How can you believe that?
Why'd you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. Tragic Yuri? Ooh, maybe. That's so base. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case. So it stands to reason they would be mentioned here, too. When Ava realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder. Dia Ava.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already. So Ava's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares?
Fuck you!
You took Wolfgang's life. The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance.
Sheesh.
I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent? Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Ava didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite.
Shocking.
She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class trial.
My thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Ava killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. I mean, you know what? I have to agree with that, Snow, actually. At least the part of being, helped rather than fixed. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who's looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Pardon? Tozu told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Who? Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way! Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I needed to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, we would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk.
No!
Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the same way I was, and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right, how could I forget? The blackened is uncovered.
Dumbass!
Enough already! I'm sick of talking to this scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution, will ya? Alright. This soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Bye-bye. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Holy!
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors. Raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony.
The show must go ahead. Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this! You better fucking believe it! Oh no, I expect gore. I expect blood.
No, I don't.
What's going on?
I won't believe.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
Blood is rushing. To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last.
I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this.
May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live.
And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin!
I want to live. I deserve to live.
Goodbye.
I'm going to live.
No. No.
I'm going to live!
No. Oh, hi. You picked a funny time to appear. Now we present. Show me. Execution of Ava Sunaka. Up. Mara, get her ass! Mara, get her ass! Ooh. Oh. Budget. Here comes the budget. Oh. I mean, probably hers, just because. Not it mattered. Oh, Wolfgang. Oh yeah, Wolfgang's was positioned towards the. Oh shit. Just fire? Okay. Interesting. The fuck? Graphing thing is this? Oh, it is an incinerator of. Oh! Wait. Yup, there it is. Stabs. Many a stabs. Yeah, mathlete, you know what? Yeah. Nails. Where the fuck? Oh, or like bobby, or not bobby pins, like pen, be. Ooh. And just a math equipment incinerator is crazy work. Oh, you. Bye, Ava. Holy fucking shit. Ooh, executions pain tier list. That'd be sick.
I can't handle it.
Bro. Shit's fucked, innit? My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb. Couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare. My mind had a complete and total loss.
There's no way.
So that's what punishment entails. Oh, man. Let me go home. Please let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness. Talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated her.
Moving on.
Just kidding.
Oh, be damned.
How can you do this? Forcing this innocent people to kill each other.
Terrible.
So
Just
judgmental.
terrible.
Need I remind you that this is student-on-student warfare?
Get out.
Just shut up already. Bro, fucking. Yeah, no, Damon, like, just. I gotta say as well, Damon crying at the very end as well is just. Peak shit. Character. He is he is a prologue and a chapter in, and he's already getting this much character growth. It's crazy. Yeah, no. Bro, my fucking reaction when I see Wolfgang's body instead of Diana's. Because I just had a gut feeling that she was going to die. And I don't even have any, like, concrete reason. Just a gut instinct. And then I see fucking Wolfgang. Oh, man. He talked too much. That is fair. That is true. He talked too much. Ava, why? just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. Oh, man.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Oh, shit!
I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
I can't be like this.
No one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat after me. I'm here, and I'm okay. I'm here, and I'm okay. Wolfgang was too smart, and Ava was just perfectly framed. You can't lie. You can't lie that the whole motive in the perk was tailored to her perfectly. Yeah, honestly, like no one else would have. Not a single person would have been able to figure that out. And like, I only understood what the poster was after the explanation. Am I gonna be able to solve it? Fuck no. But yeah. I'm here. I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders ever since the killing game was announced. But now, it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again. Again?
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never going to be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I had just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him?
Whoa!
Diana, you had no way of knowing what was going to come next. He was wielding a knife, too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness. I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it
That goes
is.
without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us.
I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. The ability to change others' appearances to the best version of themselves. It's always been someone else who sits in front of the mirror. How do I put myself in that place? Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can live
do
for
this.
him.
Believe me.
Bro, that's why Diana's the goal. You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah, I can do this. I could fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and continue what he wasn't able to accomplish. I'll become something new.
Tears were running down Diana's face, but her expression... Somehow, she looked determined. I couldn't understand it. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy. Acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind?
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Ava, neither of them deserved this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else here.
We won't back down.
For both their sakes, I'll save everyone from the killing game.
You've got to be kidding me.
Well, no, see, incinerate. That exact reason is why I thought Diana was gonna like either die or be. Well, I think the initial reason I thought Diana was gonna be a killer is because, or no, why she was gonna die is because she was paired with Ava. So I was like, immediately about to call like, oh, Diana's gonna die, and then everyone's gonna like dogpile Ava, cause yeah. And then Wolfgang died. Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Yeah. That sounds about the exact same. That sounds like this response.
Can
from
this
her.
get any worse?
It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. The crime scene has already been cleaned up, unless you have any further questions for me. You're all free to return to your dorms.
Mm-hmm.
So, any further questions?
Get lost.
Get lost.
Ingrates.
Now, where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as a no.
Good evening.
Until next time, everyone! Just like last time, Tozu walked over to the throne.
Isn't this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. You've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. That ominous note, he was lowered underground. Yeah. Bye. Later is. Hey guys, should we just go back to our rooms? Aye, it's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched onto their faces. It was clear, today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then there was me. Everything I'd been ruminating over, the devastating images which had been plunged in my plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder. The trial. Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire. It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that's happened. Seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud, just like Wolfgang once did. Pissed me off. Huh. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Man, it's so peak. Save. Yeah, sure. Yep. Figured. Ah, man. Oh, man. Bro, she's there, bro. Ah, man. Crazy shit. Man. It is, bro, fucking. We're just, by the way, the lyrics are very Ava focused. Oh, cool. Man. It's fucking crazy. It is so. I've gotta find. I gotta like go back to the other VOD and like find the tier list because like holy shit, man. Ah. Because like I remember. Bond, my sister, right? She's the one who got me to play this in the first place. And she had me make a tier list of like characters who I think will live or die. And not only did I put Ava as like one of the few survivors who like get to the end of the killing game, but fucking bro. I put Wolfgang as like a late game killer. Which like fuck. So like not only was I surprised that Diana wasn't dead, I was surprised that someone I thought was gonna kill was dead instead. Oh, man. Wild shit. Wild shit. You played an OPC when chapter 2. Oh, absolutely. No, unfortunately, it'll be a while, but shit. Oh no, don't even worry about it. Do not even worry about it. Listen, even if I forget, my sister will remind me. All right. This was our Eden's Garden. Yeah. Oh man, no. I need chapter 2 now. No, I did not. It's one of those things where I'm too busy like witnessing she project on my Eden to my garden. Yeah, no, I mean it's one of those things where I'm too busy like noticing like the animation or like the style or like the other such things where I'm too focused on like the art itself to pay attention to the emotions that are. Yeah, too busy. Yeah, exactly. Like for Ava's execution, I was too focused, like picking up on like all the animation things is, like looking at like figuring out, like looking at like all the different math equipment, the falling down, the fucking fake corpse from the prologue. I was too busy like looking at it to like feel it. What gets me easier to cry is voice acting and that is true. Yeah, no, I have to agree with that. Yeah. Cried a lot recording Diana's crying lines, but I think I cried again because I was really proud of myself that people were so. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's fucking peak. Yeah, no, like fucking. Goddamn. Goddamn. Like it's real damn good. It was rough to record so much. Oh, I'd imagine so. Jeez. Man, bro, what you mean? Man. Bad. Now go eat. Oh, okay. Is that a command or a statement? All right. I do hate. Damn. Nah, he's cool though. What the fuck? I just kept laughing and smiling. No, he's so cool though. Like, I acknowledge that Wolfgang is a prick, but like he's also like he's so cool though. Like I acknowledge he's a dick to Damon and Ava, but like he's so cool. Bleh. Blah blah. So peak. Honestly, the only thing I have to criticize is the fucking Toho bullet hell controls. Cause why the fuck is it? Why the Mega Bullet being F kept fucking with me. Cause I'd have to like switch to F. I'd have to find F because I don't play games on keyboard typically. So like I had to find the button. I have to like glance down for a moment, be like, where the fuck is it? Yeah, besides that, no, the peak. Beam. Absolute Eden's Garden, I guess. Bah. I have no notes. I have no other notes, really, besides just everything being fucking amazing. Like, character, all the designs. So cool. So cool. So cool. Yeah. Man. What was another thing my sister told me to play? Antebellum, I believe. My sister has been making me watch or participate in like various Fongans, because she's very big on this stuff. She's big Danganronpa girly. So she's been like showing me a bunch of things, like the Despair Time, Antebellum, Jinkolrampa, Eden's Garden, which she basically yelled at me to play this. Bah. I did not think the trial would be that long. That was a long-ass trial. But it was a peak-ass trial. So, like... Alright. I need food. So I'm gonna go get that. I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna go eat lunch. I'm gonna have lunch, yeah. And, my sister is angrily DMing me, telling me to get to work, so that's fine. Alright. Bah. I need chapter 2. I'm going to go eat before I start rambling again, and I get distracted. I also have to do I have to do a bunch of things today as well. Bah.